Good morning. Everyone, before we begin our meeting today, we will conduct a swearing-in ceremony for our newly appointed student regent. Before beginning with our swearing-in ceremony, I'd like to introduce him. Mr. Eli Heath has been appointed as the 20th student regent for the Texas Tech University system. Eli is from Flower Mound, Texas, where he graduated at the top of his high school graduating class. Eli is currently a student in the Honors College. He's pursuing a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering with a minor in engineering, biology, and chemistry. He's a National Merit Scholar and has previously served as a member of the Student Government Association at Texas Tech University. In addition to his college studies, Eli is involved in several community-centered programs, serves as a mentor to elementary students, and has a long list of many other accomplishments, too many to cite at this time. So congratulations, Eli. We are glad to have you join us on the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University system. And we will now conduct the ceremonial swearing in, and Vice Chairman Womble will administer the oath of office. Mr. Womble. All right, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Heath. We would be pleased to hear any remarks you'd like to make at this time, and I know some of your family members are present, and please introduce them to us.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell and Vice Chairman Womble. And I would just like to first take the time to thank Governor Abbott for this opportunity. I'm just incredibly honored for Governor Abbott's appointment and allowing me the privilege to serve in this role. And it's truly just an honor to represent our students, and I'm really grateful for the trust that's been placed in me. And I'd like to introduce my family. I'm so happy to be joined today by my father, Dr. Ross Heath, my mother, Sharon, my little sister, Ella, my twin brother, Matan, who is a current Red Raider, and my grandfather, Rex, who we are celebrating his birthday today, actually. And so no matter what, I can always count on them to believe in me, and they're always my number one fans and biggest supporters. Their love and support is everything to me, and it really just means the world that they're here today. And when I came to Texas Tech 2 years ago, I really had no idea how transformative this experience would be. This system has given me more than I really ever imagined, and I found mentorship and purpose and people and opportunities that have pushed me to grow. And to say that I'm proud to be a Red Raider is an understatement. And recently I've been asked a few times, like, why did you want to become student regent and what the motivation for that really was. And simply for me, it's a chance to give back. Throughout my time in this system, I've been fortunate to benefit from so many opportunities, and I've experienced a university community that believes in the potential of its students. And this system and its universities have given me more than I ever expected. I mean, opportunity and direction and a sense of purpose. And last week at graduation, I saw so many, well, now former Texas Tech system students walk across the stage, and everybody was all smiles. Some people were dancing, parents were cheering, and they're really why I pursued the role and the motivation for being here. And it's not just me who's benefited from this system, it's all 64,000 students. And so to represent them and their interests is such a great honor and privilege for me. And I always like to think about sort of the tagline and the motto of the Texas Tech University system, developing people, advancing tomorrow. And I really like it for two reasons. One, because it's cool and it's flashy and catchy. But second, because it's so true. And I know that in my life, it's held very true. And I know that in the life of every single student in the university system, it holds true. And I'm just so grateful for this opportunity to get to sit on this board and to speak to the truth of that motto, to speak to the truth of developing people and advancing tomorrow. And so thank you again to the board and to my family and to Governor Abbott. I am extremely excited for this year and all that it will bring.
Thank you for your willingness to serve, Eli, and we all look forward to working with you. I didn't know that was our motto, but it's a good one. So I'm glad that you reminded us. Now on to today's business. At this time, we will conduct the trustees meeting, the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Regent Culp serves as the chair of the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Regent Culp, please proceed with that meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. The meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Scholarship Foundation is now called to order. The first order of business is officer elections. The operating policies of the Carr Scholarship Foundation call for the board to elect a chair and vice chair, and we will proceed with those elections at this time. Are there any nominations from the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate the following slate of candidates. For chairman, Don Sinclair, and for vice chairman, Doug McCreakin.
Thank
I'd
you,
also
Regent.
move that we elect this slate by acclamation.
Thank you, Regent Cash. You've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a second. Any discussion? We'll now proceed with a vote. All those in favor of election of the nominees as recommended by Regent Cash, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The motion is approved. Chairman Sinclair, welcome aboard. The gavel is yours.
Thank you, Regent Culp. I'm a fourth generation of our family connected to Tom Green County and San Angelo. So to say it's an honor to be the chairman of the Carr Foundation is a massive understatement. It's quite an honor to be here and to be Tim's successor. ASU is such a special place. Regent McCreakin and I were able to go there for commencement in May and to speak and to see those kids and how impressive they are in that campus and everything that President Hawkins does there. So it's a huge honor to be associated with it. No doubt that the Carr Scholarship Foundation plays a critical role to the success of ASU. And we're so grateful for Mrs. Upton and President Hawkins for their stewardship. It's a very valuable asset to us, and they do a phenomenal job with their stewardship. Our first order of business is approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the Carr Foundation meeting held on August 8, 2024? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Mrs. Jack, will you please present the item regarding the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation?
Good morning. The CPA firm of Bollinger, Seegers, Gilbert, and Moss performed a financial statement audit for fiscal year 2024. And the first and most important item of note is that it was an unqualified or a clean audit opinion on the financial statements. And so I'll just give a few highlights from those statements. The Carr Foundation's net position or net assets increased by $8.3 million, ending the year at over $180 million. Operating revenues primarily consist of oil and gas royalties and net investment income. The net investment income revenue increased by almost $18 million from fiscal year 2023 to 2024. All of the Carr Foundation's non-mineral investments are in the Texas Tech Long-Term Investment Fund. The Carr Foundation's oil and gas mineral rights are valued at 3 times annual revenue. The valuation of the Carr Foundation's oil and gas mineral rights decreased slightly from about $18.7 million at the end of fiscal 2023 to almost $17.5 million as of the end of last fiscal year. And oil and gas royalty revenue decreased by about $420,000, ending the year at $5.8 million. Operating expenses of the Carr Foundation consist of program expenses and administrative expenses. The program expenses are distributions to Angelo State University, specifically to the Carr Scholarship Fund, and over $11.9 million was distributed to the university in fiscal 2024, which was an increase of $500,000 from the year before. In reviewing the adjusting journal entries that were required to properly state the financials, they were all normal end-of-year adjustments. The auditors issued a management letter, which is used to communicate control weaknesses the auditors identified. The auditors did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies during the audit. However, they did identify an opportunity to ensure bank reconciliations reflect all of the entries for the period being reconciled. And finally, the auditors also are required by their standards to issue a board communication letter. This communication letter confirmed that the auditors encountered no issues in performing the audit and had no disagreements with management about accounting treatment or any other aspect of the audit or the Carr Foundation. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Jack. Are there any questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to accept the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Upton, will you please present the item of approval for the 2025-2026 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget?
Good morning. I'd be happy to, and thank you for this opportunity. Today, I will walk through a brief update on our revenue streams. I will highlight where we've been financially this past year, and then present the FY 25-26 budget for approval. So just for a quick refresher, our story begins with Robert G. and Nona K. Carr, a couple with a deep commitment to education and also deep connections to West Texas. Through their wills, they bequeathed all of their mineral and royalty interests to be held in trust for scholarships at Angelo State University. Robert's gift began in 1978. When Nona passed in 1987, she mirrored the same generosity. Their vision created what is known today as the Carr Scholarship Foundation. The Carrs placed their assets under the stewardship of the Board of Regents, now Texas Tech University System, as trustees of the trust estate. Mineral and royalty interest spans 16 West Texas counties that are listed here. These assets are the lifeblood of our funding model. This map gives you a visual of just how broad our footprint is in the Permian Basin. Counties like Gaines, Midland, and Ector, along with a dozen others shown here. These properties continue to generate the revenue that allows us to fund our endowment, which in turn funds our scholarships. So now if we move into scholarships, under President Hawkins' leadership, we have continued to scrutinize the scholarship process to guarantee the university is administering the scholarships in the most beneficial and efficient manner. And while following the terms of the will strictly and making sure that the financial need of students is the primary consideration, this year, approximately 60% of the incoming freshmen will be on Carr funding. So, as you all well know and can see here, royalty revenue can be volatile. Royalty owners are subject to global market conditions and also geopolitical environments. We have seen fluctuations over the past 5 years from $9 million in FY21 to a projected $5.3 million this year. So despite some challenging market conditions, the Permian Basin is still the best place to have mineral and royalty assets. And it's also the main focus of the industry. So we are in a good place. Meanwhile, our long-term investment fund distributions have continued to grow steadily, from $9.3 million in FY21 into a projected $11.45 million this year. These distributions fund our scholarships directly and provide stability and predictability that our royalty revenue stream sometimes cannot. A perfect example of how and why diversification works. And that brings us to our FY26 operating budget. There are 3 items of importance to note today. Number 1 being a stronger starting position. The FY25 cycle began with significantly higher funds of over $5 million. This allows for fall distributions to be fully covered by Carr funds. The stronger position reflects prudent financial stewardship and also market performance. The second item of importance is the operational cost. The operational cost of the Carr Foundation office are no longer carried on this budget. These functions are now funded by the university through the return of LCHIF administrative fees, allowing this budget to focus exclusively on scholarships. And lastly, number 3, direct student impact. With the increased fund availability, we were able to disperse a 17% increase in summer scholarships, and now looking ahead at FY26, our budget proposes an overall scholarship increase of 15%, designed to maximize student support while maintaining but not growing the fund balance. This strategy ensures sustainability and continued benefit to Angelo State University students. And that concludes my report today.
Thank you, Ms. Upton. Are there any questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to approve the 2025-2026 Carr Scholarship Foundation budget as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Final item of business is announcements. Are there any announcements anyone would like to make? If not, there's no further business to come before this board. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. The meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation stands complete. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are a little ahead of schedule, and since we posted a 9:20 start, we have to wait until 9:20 to start. So if everyone would like to take a little break, feel free to do so. Continue with the committee meetings, which will be convened sequentially. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and as mandated by state law is a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting from the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. We will begin with the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Sweat serves as the chair, and Regent Sinclair serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Sweat, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 8th, 2025. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Dr. Akers, please begin with item 1.
Thank you. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the Master's of Science degree with a major in economics. The MS in economics is designed to provide a rigorous foundation in economic theory, econometrics, and quantitative analysis. The program will equip students with the analytical and technical skills needed to interpret complex economic issues and make data-driven decisions. Graduates will be prepared for a diverse career path, including doctoral studies and professional roles in finance, consulting, government, and international organizations. You will note in the consent agenda that we are closing our Master of Arts with a major in economics because this new degree aligns more strongly with the workforce demand. We project an enrollment of 10 new students in this major by 5 years. Note that the courses in the major will be taken by students in other graduate degree programs as well. The 5-year cost estimate includes expenses for facilities, equipment, office support, and promotional materials, and the programs will be delivered using existing faculty. Total 5-year funding is estimated at $1.4 million, will include tuition, fees, and anticipated formula funding. Enrollment trends at Texas Tech University and other public institutions in the state show sustained growth in this area. Comparable programs exist at the University of Texas, Texas A&M, and Southern Methodist University. Your approval today authorizes us to submit this program to the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement of the new degree program.
Are there any questions or comments? All right. I move to approve the item as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Dr. Skuvenek, please present item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Campbell, Regents, thank you for this opportunity today to make some very brief and high-level comments about the plan you have before you, which conveys Tech's strategic plan for achieving the benchmarks of membership in the AAU. That plan is aspirational, but it is definitely achievable. So, why now? In 2016, it was announced that Texas Tech had achieved Carnegie status as a Tier 1 institution. We've been reaffirmed 3 times in the subsequent years. Tech has made great progress in advancing our research enterprise. We now benefit from the Texas University Fund. We have great opportunities to expand our research capacity through our partnership with the National Security Initiative that will take place at Tech. But most importantly, achieving membership in the AAU is really a signal of excellence. And that's really, I think, important to the stature of this school. It's also important to this state. When we we're meeting with legislators this year as we talked about securing the funding for the National Security Initiative. Many of those legislators pointed out that there is a need for Texas Tech to grow the number of AAU institutions. We have 3 in this state. California has 11. It's more than just a distinction, but it represents the activity that goes along with those terms, those type of schools, the number of federal dollars they receive, the opportunities it brings, the partnerships, and so on. So how do we stand in terms of comparison to the other universities that are currently in the AAU? There are 69 American universities in the Association of American Universities, 2 Canadian. There are 7 categories that are looked at: the federal research, the awards, the citations published, USDA funding, PhDs, and postdoctoral appointees. We compare very favorably in all but one of those categories, where we rank as high as 38, if you look at PhDs produced. We rank above those 69, number 43 in terms of USDA funding. But the area we must improve in is federal research expenditures. Now, that's very doable. If you look at what Tech has always done, take, for instance, our research in terms of the area of agriculture. Much of that is not federal money. But if you look at the total research enterprise at Tech, it reflects a capacity that can certainly allow us to move that funding more into the federal category. I looked at some of the most recent schools that were admitted into the AAU. In terms of total research expenditures, we rank above 7 of those schools. And also, I think what is notable, there are several schools in the AAU where their federal research expenditures are not that far from ours. So we do have a plan. We do have a plan to make sure that we're going to improve in those areas that make us eligible for that membership. Here's a little indication of recent progress. What you see there is a 10-year reflection of our growth. Most of that improvement has occurred in the last 5 years. And based on that activity, these are the aspirations that we've set forth. I would focus on the federal research expenditures. The federal, yes, it's 63, but in the past 5 years, we've doubled the amount of federal research expenditures. If we maintain that performance level, by 2035, we'll be in excess of $250 million. The same argument holds for total research. We'll be over $500 million if we maintain the same level of productivity we have displayed in the last 5 years. So these are very achievable aspirations. And how will we go about doing this? We're going to hire new faculty. Our plan in the next 5 years is to spend $300 million on new hires that will go into these areas, 65 hires that will go into the areas of priority that relate to our AAU aspiration. We're going to make sure that we keep the good faculty we have. We've already made progress in that regard. Typically, Tech will lose around 10% of their faculty a year. The provost undertook a plan this year to make sure we acted proactively to identify and retain faculty before offers are made, and our loss of faculty this year dropped below 5%. We're going to continue to invest in the resources and support the faculty and the students that are engaged in research, and we have the resources to add the facilities that we need. So I would just say we have the momentum. We have a plan. This is the time to do it. And Tech belongs among the most elite schools for a variety of reasons. And we will be preparing a dashboard that we can continuously monitor and report back to you on the progress we're making. But I'm confident that Tech is on the right path to achieve our place among the most prestigious research universities in this country. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Lawrence, are state research expenditures not factored into any formula as far as AAU qualification?
They count as part of your total research expenditures, but they're not federal. So the AAU does focus on federal. You see, we're about 80 million right now, and 60 million right now. That's twice what we had 5 years ago. But I did look up, there are several schools in the AAU category, 6 to 7, that only do 100 million a year. We'll be doing that in 5 years. We'll be doing 250 in 10. So the federal is the area in which we have to improve. But there's an advantage to the state support we do get. As you know now, with some of the changes at the federal level in terms of caps on F&A and indirect costs and cutting funding of certain agencies, many schools have been really adversely affected. You've heard of it, 300, 400 million. The money we got for the National Security Initiative is not subject to those kind of political winds. We're very fortunate to be in Texas and to have that kind of support. We're going to provide a ROI on that money, and I think there'll be further opportunities there. And that opens the door to a lot of DOD funding, and that does count as federal dollars.
Lawrence, the TUF fund, how appealing with the wins that happen as the federal grants up and down, how appealing is the TUF fund to potential people that are coming in and the retention of those folks?
It does send a message to people we recruit. They know that the state is investing in research, like many are not. So this year, our TUF money is about 60 million. It was 45 last year. That helps, but I think to give you sort of a perspective, we will bring in about $120 million this year in grants. So the TUF is really relatively small compared to the money that is generated by faculty activity. But it is a great advantage. And it has helped us recruit. And that money that, when I mentioned we're going to put 300 million into those 65 new lines, about 200 of that 300 million will come from the TUF.
Okay.
Lawrence, are there schools that have the AAU designation that are not also designated with Carnegie?
No, they were all Carnegie Tier 1. Regent Womble, when we achieved Carnegie Tier 1 when it was announced in 2016, we were about 115. Now there's over 200. I will say that they have diluted the standard to be a Carnegie Tier 1. That is not what we should be content with. All you have to do is $50 million a year in federal research expenditures to be eligible for Carnegie Tier 1. Produce 70 PhDs. This year we just graduated 420 PhDs. You see, we're way beyond those minimal requirements. But all AAU schools are Tier 1.
Any other questions or comments?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Skubanek. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Sweat. Next, the Audit Committee will convene. Regent Gordon serves as chair, and Regent McCreakin serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Gordon, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
The Audit Committee is here called to order. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 8th, 2025.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there any comments? Do I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Jack, would you please present item 1 for the board?
Thank you. So the first item is approval of our annual audit plan for fiscal year 2026. And the Texas Internal Auditing Act mandates that internal auditors in the state of Texas follow 2 different sets of professional standards. The primary standards that we follow come from the International Internal Auditor's International Professional Practices Framework. It's a lot of words, but our global internal audit standards require us to periodically discuss the purpose of internal auditing and our mission with the board and senior management. So you can see on the screen here, our mission and purpose of audit services is to strengthen our system's ability to create, protect, and sustain value by providing the board and management with independent, risk-based, and objective assurance, advice, insight, and foresight. And our standards also require that we develop risk-based plans. And so that is what I'm going to present today, is the work that we've done over the past several months to come up with the risk-based audits to put on our plan for next year. We accomplish this by basing our audit work on high-level institutional risk, as well as engagement-level risk that we do as we go through the planning phase of each audit. We gather information on risk management, risk mitigation from our clients and management of all of our institutions as we put together this list of projects. And our goal is to ensure that management in every area considers the risks that can keep them from meeting their goals and strategies. And finally, we also address risk through our other value-added work, which includes our fraud prevention training and service on committees like President's Executive Councils, IT system implementation committees, and institutional compliance committees. So this gives an overview of how we plan to spend our time over the next year. About 60% will be performing risk-based engagements, so kind of our typical assurance engagements as well as management advisory and consulting work. And then we are also required to follow up on management action plans from prior audits. So that'll be about 60% of our time. On this year's plan, about 6% will be required engagements that are required by statute, external entities, contracts, things like that. And then we also set aside a good amount of time for kind of those unplanned things that come up through hotline reports, fraud investigations, and other special projects. And then the last group of work is what we call our other value-added work, and that is where we serve on different committees and things at our institutions, give back to our profession through serving on professional committees and organizations, and then just developing our team, the OAS operations and staff development. That is where we get our continuing professional education that we're required to get every year to kind of stay on top of emerging trends and things in our industry. And also our quality assurance and improvement program activities are included in that time too. So overall, we have a little over 17,000 hours in this plan for this year. So this shows kind of the enterprise risk landscape. So we came up with these different categories of risk over the last few years by sending out surveys to executive management as we go through our risk assessment process each spring. And the red boxes show audits that are on this year's plan or next year's plan that will touch on each of these areas. So you can see most of our audits, or most of these areas will be touched by, some audit during the year. And then on a rolling kind of 2 to 3 year basis, hopefully all of these areas will be covered by audits. This breaks it down just a little bit further. It has those same buckets of risk in the gray boxes, and then the black boxes show specific audits that we have included on our annual audit plan this year. You can see over here on the left-hand side, operational and IT. We've got several IT-related audits, and we always will. It's never going away. So we have on here looking at some banner interfaces, doing a network security audit at HSC. And then there's the last bullet under the cybersecurity is various cybersecurity gap analyses. We are required by our global internal audit standards to do work in cybersecurity, what they call topical requirements. And this is the first one that just came out. So what we're going to do to cover this is do gap analyses at all of our institutions, but starting with just 3 in this annual plan, and then covering the other 2 institutions in the 2027 plan. And then the other big area of focus is on the right-hand side in the financial and reporting area. And really, it's pretty heavily focused on financial compliance and controls this year. And you can see we're going to look at how we're spending our state appropriated dollars, as well as the TUF Fund at Texas Tech University. And then also looking at some of the patient revenue cycle at the School of Medicine at the Permian Basin campus this year. And so just a lot of financial compliance type work. I know those are kind of small. It's probably hard for you to see, but in our board book, you can see the full list of all the audits. And the last thing that I want to point out on this slide is down in the bottom right-hand corner, the data reporting box, and we have our TTS data analytics program. And this is something we just promoted one of our IT senior auditors to data analytics manager. And so we're really excited to really start digging into big data and using data to our advantage in all of our audits, and also outside of audits. If we see something looking at data that then we can provide to management to say, hey, we see some anomalies in this data, and kind of share that information. So I'm very excited about getting this data analytics program kicked off for our office. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have, and I request your approval of this annual audit plan.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from anyone?
I don't have a comment or a question on the thing. I just wanted to pass my condolences to your father,
Thank you.
Chief Mayor Taylor. I mean, he was a fixture in Freona, and I know that it happened quickly, so please
Yes.
accept our condolences. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I was talking to Regent Cash earlier, and my dad was policeman, chief of police when I was in high school, and I think he did say he got a ticket from my dad.
I can honestly tell you that I was detained by her father for a rolling stop on 6th Street in Freona, Texas. And so, yes, the chief and I know each other. How about that? So,
Thank you,
again,
I appreciate that.
yes, ma'am.
What did that do to your dating life in high school?
Well, my boyfriend at the time, who is now my husband of almost 30 years, he got a ticket for a rolling stop too.
Evidently, it was popular that time, so.
Okay, with that, with Mr. Cash's comments about rolling stops, I've never had a ticket for a rolling stop, by the way. That's a lie. Anyway, do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Second, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Ms. Jack, would you please continue with item number 2?
Yes. So I just wanted to kind of give an update. Since this is the last of the fiscal year, all of our audits are done for the fiscal, or not all done, but wanted to give you an update on some annual performance measures for our office. So this year, we completed 50 audits, and one of our major performance goals is to complete more than 70% of our risk-based and required audits. And so we have met that goal this year, so I'm very proud of our team. You can see most of the audits we've completed were in that risk-based and required category, and then just a handful of investigations and special projects. And then rounding out our year, we have 8 audits currently in progress. We've carried over 2 audits from the 25 plan to the 26 plan that you all just approved, and then we canceled 6 projects during the year. So we got a lot accomplished this year, and I'm proud of our team. And then another annual performance measure that we track are client evaluations. So after each risk-based audit, we will send a survey to the client and ask them questions about our team and how the audit process went. And so these bullets kind of are the questions that we ask of them, and they provide us evaluation back. And our overall average client score for this year so far for the ones we've received back is a 1.04, with 1 being excellent. And so just very proud of our team and all the work that they do. So, and that concludes my report.
Yeah, Ms. Jack, I'd just like to comment that I've had the opportunity to meet with you and your team several times, and I will just say I'm very impressed with professionalism and their experience and their thoroughness. So congratulations for you, what you're doing with your team, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any comments? With that, I believe that this one we don't need to approve, I don't think. Are there any questions or comments? Well, good, thanks for the report. There's nothing to approve on this one. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Great. Thank you, Regent Gordon. Next to meet is the Facilities Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair, and Regent Cash serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on May 8th, 2025.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, good morning.
Good morning,
Please
Madam
begin
Chair.
with item number 1.
Thank you very much. This morning, I want to combine items 1 and 2 into one presentation, just because of duplicity. Then at the end, I will have separate recommendations for each item for your consideration. So items 1 and 2 approve the expenditures of the Clinical Sciences Building project. That's going to be item 1. And the Comprehensive Cancer Center, that's going to be item 2. And accept the construction manager at risk, GMP, for each project's bid package 2. This is for the superstructure and the below slab utilities. So this is the conceptual site plan that hasn't changed since the last time you've seen it. We did move both projects into one building, and it consists of about 356,000 gross square feet right off Rick Francis Street. And if you're on Rick Francis Street looking back to the east, this is what you're going to see. The Comprehensive Cancer Center, a lot of that's on the left-hand side, the Clinical Sciences Building on the right. So this will be kind of the main entrance between the two if you're coming in from the west. This is the south elevation for the Clinical Sciences Building, where the patients will enter there and the visitors and the clinicians will come in. And this is the north elevation for the Cancer Center on the north end there. So the scope of services is for bid package 2. This is the superstructure and below slab utilities. It includes structural foundation and framing plans, including turnkey concrete and miscellaneous steel. So this is a concrete structure. It's a concrete pan joist, and it's got about 27,000 cubic yards of concrete in it, and that equates to 2,700 trucks of concrete. So that's going to be coming in and pumped up and to build this multi-level building. Below slab electrical, below slab plumbing and mechanical. We figured out just the below slab plumbing is about 8,750 linear feet, which is 1.7 miles of piping that's underneath this slab. That's kind of shows the magnitude of this project. Elevators are always slow to get, and so we've got to order 8 of them, and so we want to get that approved today as well. So the project will construct a new multi-story facility comprising of the following. The Clinical Science Building is about 225,000 gross square feet. It's going to replace the existing clinic that's adjacent to UNC. The Comprehensive Cancer Center, approximately 131,000 gross square feet. The Imaging Center makes up 49,000 gross square feet of that. The Oncology Center, about 82,000 of that also. So, Madam Chair, this is item number 1. This is for the Clinical Science Building only. This is the project budget. The additional request is $30.16 million. The revised budget will be $88.67 million. The recommendation today is authorize Chancellor, the Chancellor's designee, to approve the expenditure of the $30.17 million for a total of $88.7 million for the Clinical Science Project. Anticipated project budget of $203,700,000, accept the guaranteed maximum price, amend the construction manager at risk agreement, and the total expenditures of $88.67, which includes a previously approved $58.5 million, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with capital construction assistance projects, that's the CCAP, and legislative appropriation of almost $60 million, gift funds and institutional funds. Madam Chair, that's the recommendation for item 1.
Great presentation. Are there any questions?
Just a comment, Madam Chair. Regent Francis is going to be here for the dinner tonight.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
We'll get a chance to visit with him.
We talked about Rick Francis Drive. Before it was Rick Francis Drive, it was Chuck Norris Drive, but they had to change the name. Nobody crosses Chuck Norris and lives to tell about it.
I love your humor. Yeah, we'll be sure and remind him of all
Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any questions, we would entertain a motion to approve item number 1 as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 2.
Madam Chair, item number 2 is only for the Cancer Center, the Comprehensive Cancer Center. You can see the additional request of $18.16 million for the revised budget of $54.8 million. And so the recommendation for item 2 is to authorize the Chancellor's designee to approve the expenditures of the $18.16 million for a total of $54.8 for the Comprehensive Cancer Center project with an anticipated project budget of $138,200,000. Okay, accept the guaranteed maximum price and also amend the construction manager at risk agreement to include the bid pack 2. So the total expenditures of the 54.8, which includes the previously approved 36.7, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with legislative appropriation from the 88th and 89th Texas Legislative Regular Sessions, which totaled $130 million of the general revenue, gift funds, and institutional funds. And also, we do have a groundbreaking ceremony on September 17th. So that's the recommendation for item number 2.
Very exciting. Great work. Any questions for Mr. Breedlove? If not, I will entertain a motion for the approval of item number 2.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposition? The motion carries. Mr. Breedlove, please present the FP&C report, which, by the way, I really have to, on behalf of me and many of the other regents, great report, very concise. So
Thank you.
thank you for putting this
Yes, ma'am.
together,
Thank
continuing
you.
to put it together.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to invite Emily Wilkinson, our Executive Director of Public Art, for an exciting announcement. So, Emily?
Good morning. I'm so excited to come to you today and present our book, Collective Vision, A Quarter Century of the Texas Tech University System Public Art Collection. Hopefully you all had one on your place today, as well as our presidents. This book was funded by the CAH Foundation in celebration of our 25th anniversary of the Public Art Collection. Our collection was started and established thanks to the vision of former Regents Debbie Montford and Jim Sal. Their vision and support of this program have really transformed the Texas Tech University System campuses through our public art. In this book, you will find information about the history and founding of the collection, as well as more in-depth information about the process behind the creation of many of our works, including how we start, what we talk about when we're approaching artists, and really their creative process in going through and creating those works. We also tried to include their drawings and process photos as much as possible. Because our collection is too large to feature all of our pieces in depth, I want to thank each of our university presidents for their input in selecting the works featured on their campuses. So it is a select group that we really go into depth on, and they helped me kind of narrow that down. And you can see on the screen, got their pictures with a public art piece of their choice. I also want to recognize Artie Limmer as our photographer for the book. Many of our pieces get their initial photos when the piece is installed. So for those pieces that have been here for 20 to 25 years, they've changed quite a bit, even just the landscaping. So Artie was able to go in and re-photograph many of our pieces to give the book more of a cohesion. And also Amanda Sneed with Hartsfield Design did an amazing job doing the graphic design of this piece. So both of them together took my words and really turned it into this beautiful book that hopefully appropriately represents how amazing our collection is. For those of you that did not get a free book today, we do have them for sale on our website. You can find it with that QR code on the screen. And any proceeds that we raise from selling the book will allow us to reprint this book in the future. We would like for this to be something that people can get for graduation presents, for Christmas, for lots of different things. So we hope to be able to keep printing this book for people to have. We'll also have bookmarks around the building with that information as well, if anyone is interested. I just want to thank you all for giving me just a little bit of time to talk about this book. This has been a labor of love for several years, and I'm so excited to have it and to be able to give it to y'all today.
Any questions or comments?
Emily, I had a chance to, I was with a potential student that her parents and her were walking through the campus. And it quickly turned in from this is a dorm and this is the, architecture building to, we went on a Where's Waldo for art because she started asking questions through this process, and then I said, well, we have quite a bit. And so we actually spent that day trying to find the art
Oh, wow.
for each of those buildings, and it was a really, really neat process. And you forget, we take for granted, we take for granted these structures, and it was so fun to go see them again. I appreciate all of your work,
Great.
you and your team's work on it. So
Thank you. I hope that y'all found a lot of good ones.
Right. Anything else? Emily, I agree. Thank you so much for all of on behalf of all of us as Regents, thank you for your leadership, your steady, focused collaboration with Debbie Monfort and others. And again, extremely good work. Makes us very proud. I'm sure we'll all be
Thank
buying
you.
some.
Yes, thank you. Anytime any of you want a tour, please let me know. I love to show people around and talk about it.
Very good. Thank you.
And Regent Cash, she's a team of one, by the way.
well,
So she does a lot. She's great.
I'm giving Artie credit too, I guess.
I know. Madam Chair, that's our report this morning, unless anybody has any more questions or comments.
If there aren't any questions, that concludes, Mr. Chairman, the presentation by the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Acosta. Our last committee meeting of the day will be the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Culp serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Mr. Culp, please continue with the Finance and Investments meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is now called to order. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 8, 2025 meeting.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Malden, please present item number 1.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'd like to follow up all of Billy's exciting projects with a talk about budget. I'm not sure why we order it that way, but we do. So bear with me. I appreciate all the time that you as Regents committed to learning about the details of the budget in our smaller separate meetings. And I appreciate the work that my team and the component CFO's teams put into. There were hundreds and hundreds of hours put into coming up with this budget that we're presenting to you today. And I think it's a good budget. Here is, I've only got 2 slides. I'm going to point out a few things here for you. One thing that I think would jump out at anyone is it does represent a 21% growth from FY25 to FY26. There's no hiding that or going around it. But we don't want to. The good news is a lot of that jump is because of one-time expenditures and new funding that came from the state through the last legislative session that we're very appreciative of and plan to put to good use. Another thing that I'd like to point out that I'm the CFO of the system. I'm also CFO of the system administration, which is the 6th component we don't talk too much about in this system. And part of our funding, as we discussed in the budget calls, is the component funding that we have to ask the components to give us. This, I believe, is the first year we've ever not had to ask for an increase from the components, and that is due to increased revenues from other sources. If you remember, a year ago, you authorized an increase in management fees, a new admin fee, and then we had better results on our investments. So things like that give system administration more revenue, which means we don't need as much from the components. I do hope one day, I've talked to my team about other ways that we can generate other revenue streams. I'd love for one day where we show a decrease in what we're asking the components to fund. I don't think that's in the near future, but I do see a future that could make that happen. So the second slide, we show you on a revenues and expenses basis, a few things I'll point out here. As I mentioned, we do have a significant jump in state appropriations, gifts, grants, and contracts, which is part of that state appropriation. So that's a significant part of the jump in revenues. And again, I'll point out the investment and interest income has a 25% increase in what we're budgeting for that. And it's very exciting to see that. As far as the expenses, you know about a lot of the capital projects we're investing a lot of that money into. The El Paso project Billy just talked about, things of that nature. One big focus that continues to be something we talk about and focus on across the system is our employees. And, with multiple years of no tuition increases for the general academics, it's difficult to maintain competitiveness with our salaries. And so that is always a focus of ours, and we were very happy to see an increase so that we can focus on retaining and attracting good employees. With that, I will take any questions, sir.
I wanted to make one comment. We're not spending a lot of time on this morning, but just for everyone's information, each of the regents individually and separately met with James with each of the constituent institutions, went over the budgets in great detail. So just so everyone knows, $3.7 billion, we're not just throwing it around and looking at it for a couple of minutes in this meeting. There was a lot of time and effort spent on this. So appreciate all that, James. And,
Yes, sir.
really pleased with how healthy we are and how well things are going.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along those same lines, I want to commend and show my appreciation on behalf of the Board of Regents to Chancellor Mitchell and all the component institution presidents for being in Austin, knocking on doors tirelessly, handing out gifts to get the appropriations, the research dollars, and the other appropriations we did from the state. It was a record year, by far a record year for our system. So thank each of you. I know you spend a lot more time in Austin than you want to admit sometimes, but it paid huge dividends for our system. So thank each and one of you, each one of you for that. Oh, excuse me, correction. Strike that from the minutes. Thanks, Chancellor. I don't know what we were handing out, but there was something in those boxes, whatever it was.
It's a joke.
So with a $3.7 million budget this year, considerable increases, you mentioned, Mr. Malden, 660-something million more than the previous year. The majority of that a big part of that was state research dollars. Is that correct?
I don't know if I would say a lot of it was research, but a lot of it was one-time state appropriations. Yes, sir. I would say roughly 450 to 500 million of that increase is one-time dollars that came from the state. We fully expect the FY27 budget to drop back down to more normal growth patterns.
And as I think you and Mrs. Sloan explained to our budget review group that when we had our Zoom meeting, that you cannot spread, although we're in a biennium, you cannot spread those state dollars over the 2-year period. You can't prorate it or allocate 50-50. It all has to go in this year. So we'll see a substantial decrease in the FY 2027 budget. Is that
That's
correct?
what we're expecting, yes, sir.
Right. Does that hurt in terms of our ratings with agencies when we have a huge increase of 600 million and then maybe we're back to 3.1 billion next year?
I would say no. You can never say for sure how the rating agencies are going to react, but they look at a number of variables. I would say increased revenues, they would view that as a positive. Increased support from the state, they would view as a positive. The percent of our revenues that come from the state could hurt us just because they like revenue diversification and they don't want us too reliant on the state. But knowing, and we can easily point out to them how much of that is one-time appropriations, and I think it'll be either neutral or a net positive.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you. As Chairman Campbell mentioned, we don't take a $3.7 billion budget lightly. We have, we divide up into groups of typically 3 regents. We meet individually or via Zoom with each of our CFOs and our presidents to go over the budget. We spend a considerable amount of time reviewing this information, so you don't just strike a pen and say 3.7 billion, let's go. It is scrutinized, it's reviewed, it's analyzed, and Mr. Malden and his team do an amazing job of presenting to us. So thank the CFOs, thank you, Mr. Malden. Are there any other questions for Mr. Malden on the FY26 budget? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the FY26 budget as presented.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Is there a second? No, thank you, Arcelia. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? The motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Malden. Mr. Malden, please continue with item number 2. Regent rules.
Yes, sir.
Tim, we'll get
I
to
was
you.
so ready for Tim to talk about investments. Apologize. Item 2 is Chapter 7 of the Regents rules, proposed revisions to that. I would say that there's not a lot of significant meat-worthy topics that we're changing. A lot of it is cleaning up. We did add some specific things that I'd like to point out. In the debt portion of the Chapter 7, we did add what I would call some fiscal discipline in there. There were some loose things in the policy that allowed for people to drag things on much longer than they really should. So we've added some guidelines in there as far as how long we can finance things. And then we added some contractual requirements as far as each procurement team, each component has a separate procurement team. They all have guidelines as far as how they review contracts. And we added a stipulation after discussing that with them that General Counsel should be reviewing those anytime they update them or add to them. And then we added an exception that says the real estate, if it's less than $1 million, it does not need to be approved by the full board. I believe it's delegated to the Chair of Finance and Investments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Malden. And Regent Gordon and I did review each of these changes with Mr. Malden in our committee meeting. Are there any questions on the Regent rules revisions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the item as presented.
So moved.
There a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Now, Mr. Barrett, please present item number 3.
Thank you, sir. Today I'll cover the LTIF and CCIP. So the total LTIF is running about $1.835 billion currently. Year to date, we're up about 3.4%, which is pretty close to the run rate if you think about running around a 7% type of return for the last 7 to 10 years. 1 year is at 7.4. We are behind the benchmark on the 1 and 3 year, but longer term, 5, 7, and 10 years well ahead. On the growth portfolio, you've really seen a change actually in both portfolios, growth and stable value. If you guys think back, like, I don't know, probably 3 years ago, everything in the Wall Street Journal was saying the global 60-40 is dead. 70-30 is dead. Nobody's going to ever make money in those portfolios again. Interest rates went up, so stable value got killed. Equity markets weren't doing well. That's reversing right now, right? Global equity markets are the place to be. Private equity has not been the place to be. And in the stable value, the best place to be is government bonds. As these rates have come down, you've seen that portfolio shoot up. And if you look at the Bloomberg Global Ag, which is our benchmark for stable value, just look at the 1 year number. It's the first time in years that we actually are behind the benchmark. It's shot up 7%. That's all because rates are getting pushed down, right? So that's moving that portfolio pretty substantially, which was a big alpha producer for us. Right now is behind by 30 basis points. We're not concerned long run. We think our portfolio will continue to outperform, but this interim period of the last 7 months has been very difficult in financial markets. So how have we done long term? You can see that the LTIF is running historically since 1996 at about a 7.34. The policy composite slightly ahead at 7.51, but is in line historically. And because inflation has run, you can see that kind of, I guess it's a tan line, is ahead of everything, right? It's ahead of the policy composite at 60, 40 plus 100. That's really just the spike inflation that is running ahead of us. As inflation comes down, we'll pop back above that line, which is the ultimate strategic goal of the program. I love this chart because this really says what the entire foundation board does, which is brings in money. And you can see in this chart the symbiotic relationship of us with Patrick and everybody in institutional advancement. You can see what's investment returns, which is kind of in red. And then you can see the service charge. You can see what we spend, what we pay out, which is at $0.95 billion.
And also importantly, what Patrick and the team bring in, which is in the gray, which is pretty massive at 1.37 billion. So just a brief rundown of what's driving performance. If you look at the growth portfolio, public equity has done pretty well. It's still ahead at 14.1. I will say over the last year, one of the things that we got wrong was we stayed heavily weighted to quality. And quality did not perform as well as the broad ACWI. We brought quality down a little bit, so we think, performance will start tightening up to the benchmark. In addition, quality is trading at the 99th percentile of spread between ACWI and ACWI quality, so that mean reversion is going to happen over the next year. It'll be interesting to see if PPI and CPI on the core side, if there's any differential there, because that will be tariff inflation coming through, which will likely hurt some margins, which will make quality perform a little better. Private equity is the place where we've had some trouble the last three years in real assets. Both of them have underperformed. Higher rates in real assets, higher insurance and operating costs have really hit that portfolio. We think we've bottomed out in that area. I know we've bottomed out in private equity. We're starting to see our venture capitals investments up 20% over the last year. So we're seeing a lot of good signs in the private equity, and we think that one's getting ready to rebound. Hedge funds have done incredibly well with our alpha pool up over 16% over the year, and debt has hung in there quite well at 7.8. Private debt really has driven that for us. You can see that's at a 12.8% return over the last year. So now, if there's no questions on LTIF, I'll jump to CSIP. CSIP is running about 6.1% versus 4.5%, and I'll remind you guys that there's kind of three segments in this portfolio. You can think of cash, you can think of the contingency program, which is really treasuries and agencies, and then what we call the non-current segment, which is what we run out of the Office of Investments. So the non-current segment's done incredibly well. It's up over 9%. This is what I'm talking about when I say the 60-40 or 70-30's done great. There's no private equity in this program right now, so it's all public equities and debt, and performance has been exceptional. The cash and contingency segment, as I mentioned, is the laddered treasury. That's done great because rates are up, right? It's running at 4.7 over the last year and 3.4 over the past 3 years. When you look at this portfolio is kind of in transition. We've been building this out over the last year. The public equity portfolio is roughly $800 million. And you can see over the last year, it's running around a 13% return. Last 3 years, 11.9, so it's done incredibly well. The stable value portfolio is not keeping up with the ag. You can see the ag plus 100's over 8%. This portfolio won't keep up when rates drop that quickly and the ag does that well. But overall, it's doing decent. Diversifying assets, we're up 7.2, and the public and private debt, roughly 3.5 in aggregate. The cash segment, and you can look at this over March, April, and May and kind of see how the bank accounts versus the Logic ST and the Texas Class short-term have done. We try to keep as much as we can in the higher yielding, and this ebbs and flows depending on how payments go out throughout the quarter and the months. The contingency segment, this is the laddered treasury we talked about before. Really the thing to think about here is just the yield to maturity, because this is a buy and hold portfolio that Cole runs, and he does a fantastic job. He's pushed us into agencies and municipals a little heavier, which is great because they're a little higher yielding. And you can see the yield maturity on the right hand is 4.3 to 4.1%, which is kind of what you'd expect if you look at just the treasury curve, right? That is all the remarks I have, but I'm happy to dig in and answer any questions on LTIF or CSIP.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And remind me, these balances, the LTIP balances were as of 5/31, May 31?
They were as May 31. You bring up a great point, and then part of the performance that we're down is the privates have not marked as of May 31. Those don't mark but quarter in, so we expect to tighten up a little bit to the benchmark from that as well.
Okay. And I would assume with the correction in the public equity markets over the last couple of months since May 31st, that we'll tighten that benchmark even more.
Yeah, equities continue to rally for sure.
Okay, great.
And we actually are pretty positive on equities going forward, to be frank. We think public equity markets have a chance to continue to run with current policy stance at the federal level.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Barrett?
So in the previous slide, you show municipal, is that municipal debt that we're talking about?
Municipal bonds, yes.
So for citizens, the attractiveness to that is usually the debt, the tax preferential on municipal. For us, where we're not paying tax on that, I'm surprised that that it's as attractive as an investment for Texas, for the system, as it would be for the public. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yes, I can broadly talk about that. I mean, there's two forms of municipal debt, both taxable and non-taxable. So you can pick up non-taxable debt, which fits us quite well. So you are correct, for an individual, there is tax benefit for them, but we're picking up the other side of that equation, which still fits for us.
Okay, so we're because typically when an individual looks at investing, the rate's lower, but you take the tax advantage of municipal bonds to make that work. So we're really looking at taxable municipal bonds typically. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Thank you, Mr. Mauldin, for those reports. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent. Thank you, Regent Culp, and thank you, everyone. That concludes the business to be handled by our committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order, and this board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through .074 and .076 of the Texas Government Code. board will now reconvene into open session and continue to meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. Vice Chairman Wamble, please present the motions regarding items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several motions to go through as a result of our executive session. First motion, I move that with respect to policies establishing faculty senates, the board adopt a new system regulation 07.20 establishing faculty senates and authorizing the component institutions' presidents or the president's designees to approve any corresponding and necessary revisions to the faculty senate policies of the component universities of the Texas Tech University system to be compliant with the System Regulation 07.20 and Senate Bill 37, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
In addition, I move that the board approve amendments to the system regulation of 07.04 regulating to freedom of expression to be in compliance with Senate Bill 2972, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I also move that the board approve amendments to the Regents' rules authorizing the board chair to grant approval to the vice chancellor and general counsel to make changes to the Regents' rules or bylaws when it is determined that the Regents' rules or bylaws either 1, conflict with law, or 2, require minor and subsequent editorial changes as necessary to keep current and correct, under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
I move that the board authorize President Hawkins or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the purchase of real property located in San Angelo, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for purchase of real property located in El Paso, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Having determined that the revised employment agreements with the presidents of Midwestern State University, Texas Tech University, and Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, El Paso, are in the best interest of the institutions, and due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in their leadership, I move that the Chancellor be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute revised employment agreements with contract extensions for Dr. Stacy Haney, Dr. Lawrence Skuvanek, and Dr. Rick Lang, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, this motion consists of 3 parts, including 1, I move that the Board of Regents approve the renaming of the Reese Technology Center with the naming being announced at a later date. 2, authorize the president of Texas Tech University or his designees to enter into negotiations and execute contracts with various vendors to support the development and operations of the Critical Infrastructure Security Institute in compliance with the 89th Legislature Regular Session, House Bill 500. And 3, delegate to the chair of the Finance and Investments Committee the authority to approve the execution of contracts related to this project and present them as an informational item at the next board meeting, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
And finally, I move that the board authorize President Skuvanek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for the purchase of real property located in El Paso and Lubbock, Texas, as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
This concludes my extensive motion presentation for today.
Thank you, Regent Womble, Vice Chair Womble. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow on Friday, August 15th, 2025, at 7:30 a.m.